Okay, howdy, howdy. I just had a sneeze. I had the sneeze that never was for like 30 seconds. And I was like, is it happening? Is it happening? It's not happening. Wait, it's happening again. Sparks, dude, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, sorry that I'm a little late. I guess when I plugged in, but I streamed on Wednesday, so that doesn't make any sense. I don't know why, but okay, so when I plugged in I had a controller situation when I streamed with Hakia on Tuesday. When I plugged in a controller for Metal Slug, and the first controller I plugged in wasn't, like, the cable I think was bad, and I was like, oh, I'll swap to a different type of controller. So I swapped to a PS5 controller, but then the PS5 controller was like assuming direct control over all of my audio stuff, and so I like suddenly couldn't hear anything, and I don't think people could hear me because everything was going through my PS5 controller. So I unplugged that and I got all my sound back, and then I plugged in a different 360 controller, or not 360, a different Xbox One controller, and that worked. But it didn't seem to affect the Sonic stream on Wednesday, but just now I was like, okay, let me just like I usually see kind of the levels on my mic when I'm setting up, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm not seeing anything. Is my mic muted? And I checked and it wasn't, and I was like, huh, that's weird. And I could not figure out, and it wasn't even showing my mic in the drop-down properties for my audio, and I was like, okay, my computer can't see my mic now. That's kind of weird. And so then all of a sudden I just had a hunch, and I unplugged the Xbox One controller, and immediately my mic started working again. So sorry for the delay. This actually isn't my new capture card yet. This is still my AverMedia. It's been a crazy week for me. It's just been a lot going on. It was Mama Moose's birthday week, so we were like trying to make plans to go out and get dinner or lunch. I just got back from lunch and ice cream with her, which was fun. We saw some chickens just like chilling, and she was like, wow, look at those turkeys, and I was like, I have no idea if she's being serious or not. But yeah, so I just got back from that. But yeah, it's been a crazy week at work, and then a crazy week of trying to accomplish things, like getting my hair cut and keeping my life together. So I have not had time to set up my new graphics card. I do have a new graphics card. I got the Elgato that people recommended. Kudiko did give me some hot tips for setting it up properly in OBS, so I was like, okay, this sounds like something I should actually like pay attention to. I should actually sit down and do properly. So I haven't had time. Oh, there's so much I still have to do. Yeah, I want to sit down and set it up properly and not like rush it and then wind up with Scuff City, as is my usual. I don't think I have an Outer Ops team out right now. Maybe I do. Oh, I don't. Some of them are hurt though. Let me put the hurt boys away so that maybe they'll heal up during this mission. Alright. I played a bit. I've played a bit, after the last stream, I found the doorknob. I found Zadornov a couple more times. I also maxed out my trade waiting room. And now I was like, okay, I gotta stop recruiting boys. So I just really focused on finding Zadornov. I used to call Zadornov Zaddy, but a gay friend of mine explained to me why I should not. You called him Zaddy Daddy. Maple's just a small indie mercenary company with 1 billion tanks. Listen, oh man, that one's really hurt. I just like tanks. I don't have that many. Wait, maybe it's because maybe they're still in my outer ops. I don't have that many. Oops. Oh, I do have, like, quite a few, I guess. 2 helicopters, 2 Lav Gs. Where'd I get the second? I don't know. 2 T-72Us, a bitter. And I have Zeke, of course. Let's see. So what's on the agenda for missions today? Want to see the rest of the Monster Hunter missions? Maybe. I wanna focus on. I'm gonna do Zadornov, and then we'll see what happens after that. Because I've been sitting and twiddling my thumbs wanting to play this mission, but everyone was like, "Oh, you should save 6 for a stream because there's like a cutscene after it or something like that." And I was like, "Ah, okay." But I wanna see the story.
Zeke, Zadornov's escaped. You have to find him.
You don't say. I for like 3, 4, and 5 every time Kaz called me, he was like, Snake. And Snake's like, he's done it again, hasn't he? Let's see. Have to waste time on side missions to get more zaddy missions, yeah. But I think people said 6 was the last zaddy mission, I thought. Perhaps. Perchance. We'll listen to the briefing files. Are there no briefing files for this one? It's just like, he's done it again. There's one more, but it's unique. I won't say anything else. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably have to do some missions to unlock that, so we can do the Monhun missions, then maybe Ben will come back. That rascal.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Well, got it. Oh, there's a guy. Hush, little baby. I always forget when I come back to PS3, I keep trying to use Vita controls. Okay, let's see. We will ignore Horace's gay friend's warning, call him Zaddy anyways. Aren't they the same controls? They're not, because the Vita, it's not like native to the Vita. Oh, oh, oh. It's not native to the Vita. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Yeah, it's not native to the Vita, and so like the PSP, it is aware of like the D-pad. But it isn't really aware of the right analog stick. And the triggers, the secondary triggers don't do anything. I mean, secondary triggers don't usually do anything anyway, because unless you have a special, I have a special case for my Vita that has actual triggers that have little like touchpads at the end, kind of like styluses for phones have, so that it pushes the back screen. So I use it to do like custom controller layouts for games with shooting sometimes. But so I got the right stick set up as the D-pad. I was able to do that, but there's certain things I can't do. There's certain things I can't do with the Vita controls. Oh. Like, like X doesn't crouch. Only pushing down on the D-pad crouches. Circle doesn't reload. I have to push, I think...
Other base is already jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recoveries until there's more room.
Go to hell, Cass! Kidnap too many men. Yeah, there's like certain things, it's really the trigger stuff, because on Vita I have to hold down the left D-pad and the right D-pad in order to open up weapons and items. And that doesn't work on the PS3 version. And then crouching and reloading are different. So when I play a lot on the Vita... Was that a box? What the... Can I shoot it? Oh, hold on, I see a document. Stun box design specs. Can I not? Hello. Can I not pick it up if I already have a box? There we go. Nice.
Enemy attack.
What? Dade.
We're under attack. Go into alert.
Dade.
Understood. Maintain heightened alert.
Dade desu ka? Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a good evening. I saw another box. There it is. I'm assuming he's gonna be under one of these, maybe. Oh, can I not? You dumb bitch!
Break down. HQ, come in.
This is HQ. Try using Fulton recovery on him. What? Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Ranked!
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
But yeah, there's certain controls, so I need to get used to using the L2 and R1 instead of the D-pad. I need to get used to reloading and crouching. Those are really, and like the Fulton, the action button, I guess. Those are the big ones, but I usually get back into it pretty fast. It's really just when I'm grinding all night, grinding extra ops, all of a sudden I'm like, I don't remember how to play this with a PS3 controller. Obtain design specs for the following weapon. I had a PB6P9. Yeah, Kaz, that guy was okay. New staff trying to join have put your roster over the 350 person limit. Please select 2 staff members to discharge. They're forcing me to discharge people? Are you fucking sure that Amanda's E intel is her best?
Yes, sir.
I have so many antelopes. I can't believe they're making me discharge people. I was putting them in the waiting room to try and save them from this fate. What? My antelope actually is good GMP. Where did he go? Who has less good GMP? Here we go. That's how you see it. I'm looking for somebody in the warrior unit with mid GMP. Decent, good. The mark of the beast. Oh, he's a candidate. Now we're getting into it. Oh, Terrier. Unfortunately, Terrier, you are not bringing a lot of GMP to the table. Not a lot of good maple points to the table. I regret to inform you. And Squirrel, you can go too. Oh, I'm sorry, boys. This is a rough way to go. Alright. Discharge these staff members. Got doubles of the wild dog, doubles of the wasp, triples of the water flea. Triples is best. Triples is safe. Oh, okay.
You're fired.
He actually says that!
Kaz, I've located Zadornov.
Nice work. I knew you would. How could I be so stupid?
EB/6P9 rank 3, ready for development. I might actually be able to afford that one too. Oh, I feel bad for firing the guys. Can't I just expand Mother Base? Simply build more base. Alright. So this is mess hall. Who the hell? Who is this? Oh, is this a volunteer? Oh, brother. I'm just gonna put you in the waiting room. Keep you there. And then I'll move. Is this mess hall? I'll move someone over. Back to juggling immediately. Pipefish, allegedly. Okay. Just buy Mother Base too. Oh yeah, I can afford it. Let's go! Bloop. I think I learned some new animals playing this game. Let's save real quick. Okay, so now I gotta do more extra ops. Wait a minute! Wait, we get to fight Rex? Yo, Gex? This is what I thought you would like? Okay, we're doing
This
it.
is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Oh no, I didn't mean to do single. Hold on.
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Host. And global. All right, we're open. We're open. Gear Rex. Hunt the Gear Rex. Oh, I should probably actually prep my stuff. I'm sitting here like, yeah. I'm like mentally preparing for a confrontation with the Rex. Okay, so assault rifle, machine gun, shotgun. I should probably bring one of these boys. Where's Benjamin? Has Benjamin, do we know if Benjamin has uploaded his VOD? You want to kill or trank? Why can we trank a metal oh, you'll see. Oh, if you know what, if it's worthy of a you'll see, let's trank it. Benjamin isn't here to stop us. Benjamin isn't here to stop us from tranking this Metal Gear to death. Night vision goggles, analyzer. I feel like there's gotta be something. Maybe I can bring. Okay, I do have the rescue box. Benjamin was a figment of your imagination. But yeah, I need to know. Oh, okay, Domo's going to check. If Benjamin has uploaded the VOD. He's been uploading but not the hunt. Oh, Benjamin, come on. Benjamin, you have to show. You have to show our magical hunt. What I should do is when I publish the VOD where Benjamin joined us, I should just tag him in the title. So he gets like a ping when it uploads. And he's like, why does this bitch know my YouTube channel? Why did she find my YouTube channel? Why is she so obsessed with me now? Alright, there we go. Ugh. Oh, why can't I open my drink? Hi, Ridley. There you go. Thank you for the subscription. There you go. There you go. He had a video of him carrying other players, so I thought it was that one, but it's a different mission. He's doing this to multiple people. Benjamin has been carrying multiple people.
Let's go, Trenya.
For you, it was the most important day of your life. For Ben, it was Tuesday. Ben is still fighting the war 10 years after the game has been dead. Oh, sorry, it was a rough week for you. It was mostly a rough week for me too, but I also got the Dragon Age Veilguard release date, and that's really been carrying me. It's doing God's work. Wake up. Question if you want to get out of bed. Remember that Veilguard has a confirmed release date. Immediately engage in gotta get up, gotta get out, gotta Wait! Steel-fanged king? He's a real dinosaur? Oh my god, he's an actual monster. What's this Benjamin lore? Okay, so the Benjamin lore, Chico was right. It's a weapon to surpass gear. The Benjamin lore is that we were doing the Monster Hunter fights, and
Is this some kind of joke? What the hell is it?
like a random showed up. A random showed up in my party that I opened. And I was like, well, that's cool. Like, I've never had somebody, I was like, I don't think he's on stream. And I've never had like a non-stream person join my party, so this is kind of exciting to experience. And then I realized that he had his microphone on, and I was like, oh, this could be kind of yabai. Oops. I was like, this could be kind of yabai. But then it turned out that he was like talking in Spanish. And not only was he talking in Spanish, he was just like muttering to himself about the game. He was like, I can't carry this. I can't save this run. No connection unstable. Get up, Chief! Oh. Connection doko. Oh no, oh, I'm single player now. I don't know if this is gonna happen. Oh no. Ben Tuskite. Yeah, so he had like voice chat on. He was not in the stream, so we didn't have any like we couldn't communicate really. Oops. We couldn't communicate really, but so we came in and we were going lethal on this thing, and Ben was spamming like no in the in-game commands, and we were like, oh, okay. And so I continued to be lethal, and he kept spamming no and tranking it instead. And eventually we both died. And it was just Ben, and I was like, this run is over. And he was muttering to himself in Spanish, apparently, saying, like, I can't save this run. And then he wound up soloing the rest of it and tranked the thing to death. And so we were like, yo, Ben! Ben's a total lord! And then, And then, wow. And then we found his YouTube channel after the stream, and he is like an IRL MSF cosplayer. Like he streams, or at least records videos of himself playing Peace Walker while dressed as an MSF soldier. And we were like, oh my god, Ben is for real. Like, Ben is just like some Peace Walker lord who is like, I have made it my mission to go join Peace Walker parties and win. And so now it's just, Ben! Ben, help. Ben, I need you to get in here. His most recent video is Metal Gear Solid 5, so he's diversifying. Yay! I don't know if I have this in the bag. Yep, Benjamin was my big boss. I don't even think I think his name was not even written out like that. I think it was literally Ben something. And I just immediately started calling him Benjamin by his full Christian name. But he is truly my big boss. Wow! Benneth. Oh, grief. I like how my shotgun like one-shots these things, but a giant laser from this guy's tail doesn't do anything. Whoops. I should have cooked some meat. I don't even, well, I guess I do have rations still. He's not Big Boss, he's Big Ben. Do bosses have scaling health based on players? That's a good question. Isn't that how it worked in like Dark Souls? You want to restart to open the lobby? I won't blame you. Let me get cooked real fast. Let's see what happens here. I feel like I need to dodge that. Do I actually get invincibility frames when I do a dodge roll? Let's find out. Oh, I bet you can break that. But you can break his laser thingy. Oops. I wonder if I can break that. What? You can, but he can still use it. Oh, okay. It truly just stunned me with his roar. No. No, Ben! Ben, help. Ben. Benjamin. Benjamin. Ben, I'm shaking the stick. Ben. I don't know if this is gonna happen. been over. How much do the I didn't bring sleep grenades, I brought chaff because I assumed that this was going to be an actual machine. So let me bring sleep grenades instead of chaff grenades. Have you been following all the Monster Hunter Wilds gameplay teasers dropping daily? I haven't, but I already know that I'm gonna play Monster Hunter Wilds.
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Benjamin is our Obi-Wan Kenobi for Metal Gear. Yeah, Ben! Oh. Yeah, I'm really excited about Monster Hunter Wilds. What I'm most excited about is about Veil. Oh, yeah, I saw the question, what is Veilguard? It's the new Dragon Age game! Maybe I'm the problem, accessing server. But I'm streaming, so my internet shouldn't be out. Uh-oh.
This is a high-risk mission.
Are you signed
You'll be
in?
facing some
Let
powerful...
me check. Am I signed? Yes. Oh, okay, it worked this time. Yeah, I'm really excited about Monster Hunter Wilds. But I'm really excited about Dragon Age. Sleep? Or I guess stun is good too. I'll get stun. Sleep. There we go. Yeah, October! I'm freaking out! I was trying to be like like halfway normal about it because the Dragon Age the Veilguard release date actually dropped when I was like on my way out the door to go to work, and I was like, I cannot physically handle this right now. But then I immediately got to work and started screaming in the Discord about all of my thoughts. All of my thoughts about like the weapon that the main character uses and stuff, and I was like, I really should make like a quarantine channel for this. Like a channel where I can keep all of my weird Dragon Age screaming so it just doesn't flood every channel as I think about it. Power's giving you an early birthday gift. I was so excited. I was so excited. Every time I think about it, I have like 30 more questions. And I immediately opened up my lore stream. I immediately, not my lore stream, I immediately opened up my like lore PowerPoint to make sure everything was up to snuff, and then I saw a few sections I wanted to update now that we have more Veilguard information. Saw a few sections I needed to update, so I've been working on that, and I'm hopefully gonna do a fresh lore stream next week to celebrate finally getting a release date.
It's about time. Let's go, Trenya.
It's coming out on Halloween, right? Yeah. Is Veilguard a horror game then? So there's honestly, we were getting into a lot of kind of horror-y stuff. I mean, Dragon Age has always had a little bit of an edge of horror to it. I feel like everyone who makes it is like a fan of like kind of dark fantasy horror type of stuff. And especially in the comics and into Winter Nights, there's been a lot more horror stuff. I mean, there's a whole chapter into Winter Nights called The Horror of Hormak, which is basically about this nightmare fuel old dwarven question mark ruin where some Grey Wardens find some juice that can smush different kinds of life together, but if like a human just drinks a bunch of it, they just explode into seawater. Like, it's real creepy and gross. The forbidden juice. The forbidden gray juice. So it's been getting more and more horror-esque, and now we have basically zombies that explode. So, I mean, like, I feel like it's been going in that direction, so I'm not that surprised. Also, of course, there are ghosts. Elf ghosts. Corypheus is legit a movie monster, yeah!
But he saw the throne of the gods.
That's so cool.
And it was empty.
Kaz is like fanboying.
So cool. I've seen the throne of the gods. And it was empty.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm gonna be so intolerable. I can't wait to be the most annoying motherfucker on the planet. I'm only being lethal to the little guys. The little boys. I was thinking about it and I was like, I'm probably gonna wind up playing Veilguard on YouTube. Just because I've been trying to prepare people for what those are gonna be like, which is which is probably gonna be me being a little quieter. Because I really like to get into the lore of Dragon Age and I like reading a lot, and when I meet characters who seem familiar, you're pretty good. I'm not. I like to look up, oh, like, you know, who are they connected with, or who's this person that they mentioned, and I like to get all that lore. So Dragon Age for me is very much a I have Google open while I'm playing it type of game. Yeah, low commentary, I guess is the right way to put it, but I was like, I'm definitely not gonna want like sound alerts on during it, because especially I don't want them to like go off in a cutscene, and if I got like raided by a friend or something, I wouldn't want to be like, thanks for raiding me, I'm not really I'm in the middle of a cutscene and I care a lot about this and I'm gonna be quiet and weird. You know? So I was like, yeah, this is probably it's probably a better match for YouTube. What? He got his tail broke. So that's probably where I'll wind up playing it, but I think it makes a lot more sense. Steak. Let's get some good old-fashioned noise canceling. Headphones. Oh! Oh, I got him! Sleepy. Get him sleepy. Look at what his he doing? What was that little dance? I'll get rid of the baddies. Is that the gritty?
Damn it.
Dragon Age shooters are gonna be nice to fall asleep to until fan service makes our ears explode. Yeah. Like if I see someone I know, I'm gonna freak out. I was so far away. How am I so stunned by that?
Yosh.
I'm out of sleep grenades. He's doing it again. Is this actually music for Monster? I'm sorry!
Sorry.
Why are you sorry? I'm sorry. God.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box.
Thanks,
It'll be
Jack.
sent out shortly.
Sorry, got in the way. No. Get out, get out. Just eat my last ration, no. I wanna... I feel like I saw... Oh, he's sleepy! Let's go!
Nice hunting, Snake.
Nice hunting, Snake. Yeah, get the sleepy boy back to base. Get this sleepy boy back to base. Ben would be proud. Whew. You've been awarded a new insignia. Awarded for hunting over 50 monsters. That was definitely the baby boys. Wait. Obtain design specs for the following weapons such as Gear Rex Mucus? Mute?
It, happened again, Snake.
Cuz.
Zadornov? What's he got, an escape fetish?
He clearly has friends on the inside, but we've got no way of knowing who.
Persistent bastard, I'll give him that. Where is he this time?
That's the thing. He must have found and gotten rid of the transmitter. We've got no idea where he is. Snake, think you can find him?
We can't just let him run around. Makes us look bad.
I'll say. Since we can't locate him, I'm afraid I can't add a new mission. You know what to do, Snake.
What do I do? When he says you know what to do, what did he mean? Oh, well, at least I made some stuff. Human slingshot band. What the f... The only hint is he can be in any extra op mission. Really? Oh boy. Well, let me at least get my stuff. The human slingshot. Well, we gotta go for that. What was the other... What was the thing I got? The mucus. It was design specs, right? So where is it? Or is that the human slingshot? You need 4 players to use it? Oh, okay, I get it. Alright, what else? Still have 200. Oh, what do I get? Maybe I'll get... I can really only get one thing. I'll go for the Uzi. I think that's all I can do right now, unless I get a lot more good maple points. Well, let me save at least. It can be any extra op mission. Well, let me see if I unlocked any new extra op missions first of all. Hunting Rex at Twilight. Did I get any new? I got new Fulton recovery. So Kaz will yell at me because he's gonna be like, Snake, we already have too many people. Stop sending all these people. Defend key supplies. And I haven't done some of the armored vehicle battles. Just because I was like, I'm good for now. I have new AI weapon battles. Okay, so it can be in any extra op mission. So is it... I'm assuming it's RNG? I'll just start from the first one, I guess, and move down the list.
Treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today. Shoot away. When you're done,
practice
head over to
freely.
the exit.
We'll start at the bottom, move up. Stop. I still think he's saying stop. Stop. Go down the list. Okay, wakarimasu. Wakarimasu. Oh, shh. Yosh. Back on the grind.
Welcome to the shooting range. Just the place for a little target.
He's just
practice.
standing on the shooting
When you're done,
range.
head over to the exit.
He's just like, hello, madame. Madame. Are you fucking kidding me?
Big boss. Hey, yo.
Woo! He's so stealthy, Maple.
My work is done.
What are you talking about?
V for victory. Rocket, peace.
Is that how he kept getting out? Rocket peace.
Kaz, I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Rip.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here.
Dane. Peace. Snake, the king of hide and seek. Wait, is he always in the first one like that, or does he show up randomly? Oh dear. Oh, it even has my cool paint job. Oh no. My maple paint job.
Took you long enough, big boss.
Boss,
What?
get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't. The controls aren't responding.
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there.
Do not call me that. I am Pacifical Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole teen with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, you
I
can't.
told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything is going exactly as we planned.
Now the real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project.
Nani?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the Zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that is long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity, a product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns.
That is right. Not deter, control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer
Is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders, can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression.
you will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss?
When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight.
Nice argument, Senator. Why
Stop
don't you
me
back
if
it up
you
with a
can.
source? My source is that
The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
She's kind of spitting.
She's gonna launch a nuke. Snake, we've got to stop her. Whatever it takes. Awaiting your orders.
Stop me if you can.
That's why we left off there for Zadornov. Understandable. Oh god. Pause. All right. Oh, Zeke battle. Is that all? Oh, it actually shows like the new ones first. That's cool. That'll be useful when I want to grind afterwards. Holst. Don't we have 2 dinos we can use? I wish I could use them. Can you redesign Zeke before fighting it again? Oh, but don't you want to fight my McDonald's Zeke? Just asking. Yeah, I'm not sure. I want to check the. I like my maple Zeke. Yeah, I can. Looks like I can. I can adjust the paint color. Let's do canon colors. I always like to. I'm the type of person who, if I'm using if I'm using like costumes in a game, like a Tales game or something, and I sense a really big cutscene coming up, I swap everybody's costumes back to their, at least in my first playthrough, and in subsequent playthroughs I'm more like, I can do whatever, but in my first playthrough I always swap the costumes back to the canon default costumes. I'm like, that's how I'm supposed to experience it and remember it. Donald Gear Zeke. So let's get the battle suit, because I assume I'm gonna need some more armor for this. Yeah, well, I mean, especially, there are a lot of costumes in, like, Tales of games, especially. I feel like they got less... Maybe I was just doing less of going out of my way to unlock them, but, like, Vesperia had a zillion costumes, and then the Japanese PS3 version had a ton of costumes. I don't actually know how many of them got localized, but I bought a lot of the Japanese ones, and I still always swapped, because I was like, no, it's not canon. Even Symphonia had a bunch. Yeah. I can't actually remember if, like, Berseria was the last one that I played to completion, because I started Arise and I was really enjoying it, but then streaming has, like, destroyed my ability to play and beat long games off stream. But I started Arise, but even with Berseria, I don't remember. I remember alternate haircuts and accessories, but I don't actually remember that many alternate costumes. Klonoa Persea forever. I need to play Arise. I was just looking at the DLC, because the DLC's on like a pretty deep discount right now, and I was like, oh, do I buy it now and then commit to playing Arise so that I can enjoy it? Supply marker. Let's get some actual grenade. Let's get chaff and smoke. Ration, night vision goggles. That's probably okay. I only play Zisteria. It's like the only one I don't play. I'm just kidding. Who is Wesker Reborn? Who is this? At least they don't have their mic. I'm not in yet. Hurry, hurry! Wesker Reborn is ready. It's Wesker Reborn. There you are. The new Benjamin. We got Wesker in here. Yeah, I complete global zecration. Thought I killed Wesker like 15 years ago. Yes, so did Chris Redfield. I like Zisteria is so weird because I don't know, I didn't jive with the like the symbols, the unlocking different skills by getting symbols on the grid or whatever. I just didn't jive with that system. I didn't like it that much. But then I loved Berseria. That was the thing, is I was like really mid on Zisteria, but then so Berseria came out and I was like, I don't know, man. I'm a big Tales boy, and I don't know if I don't know if I can keep on Baba's wild ride. And then everyone was like, oh no, it's good now. Baba's dead. And yeah, Berseria whipped ass.
She's gonna launch a nuke. Snake, we've got to stop
A
her.
weapon to surpass the T-virus. It's a Resident Evil joke. It's okay.
Stop me if you can.
I know. Okay. You said you liked the power. Oh shit. Oh my god. No regrets. Lamp is neither enemy nor foe. Neither friend nor enemy.
We've activated the hedge on the deck. You can use them as cover so long as they're open.
We're gonna witness true hell, it sounds like. Oh. Yeah! There she is.
Mother Base's gun platforms to use. The control panel is on the edge of the deck.
There's a control panel at the edge of the deck. Oh, that?
Strike request acknowledged.
Oh, it's a strike
Attack
request.
the target directly. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against a wall.
This?
First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against a wall. Then use the L1 button to locate the enemy's position and press the attack button to tag him. Do you have a target or not? We're aborting the strike.
Don't know!
Transport catapult ready to
Oh, it's a
launch.
transport catapult.
Strike request acknowledged.
What do you want me to do? You wanted me to
Target directly. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against the wall.
press up against a wall.
Locked on
There.
target. Fire.
Don't do that!
It's out of ammo.
Oh, it's out of ammo.
Zeke's getting distracted by the gun platform. Now's your chance to attack.
It's already over! Peace! Wesker is too powerful!
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends. Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they would a cancer to society.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back
This
up with a
is
source?
the path you have chosen.
Pass.
On the bright side, that's room for one more guy! Oh no! Yo, Wesker reborn! Wait, why didn't I get any camaraderie with you? Oh, it's because me and him were like syncing up or whatever.
Who would have thought that little girl was working against us?
Yeah, it's wet,
Tell me about it.
Otacon.
She had everybody fooled, me included. Can't believe I didn't pick up on anything.
Snake, there's no point in beating yourself up over the past. But hey, maybe you should put in some practice against Zeke in case this sort of thing ever happens again. In any case, I need to go talk to Dr. Strangelove.
I'm sure you do.
Zeke still isn't ready.
Huey!
I wasn't there. I had an error. It's just that was all from Wesker. Jesus. What a beast.
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? Well, that's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen. Love is blind after all. Take your time. I'll be waiting.
Oof. We are so back.
Snake!
Gosh. What's going on? Oh my god, he has it!
That name Paz mentioned at the end, cipher. It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
0.
a world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a 0.
Cuz.
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Wesker! Should he use weaker
I,
weapons?
Knew Paz and the professor. I knew who they really were all along.
I loved the flex.
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this cipher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Cuz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that cipher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are gonna be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
Assemble the men. Bring me all the men. There's Otacon. The Outer Heaven Uprising. You like my glasses, Snake? Ripped, preemptive rip to Miller. Cinema. Congrats on beating Peace Walker. Thanks. I'm just like, oh. Now I have a bunch of extra ops I want to do. Now I can play Ground Zeroes. Now I can play Ground Zeroes and then 5. And then maybe I can actually beat 5 by the time Delta releases. Do you actually want to do the extra ops? I kind of want to do like... I kind of want to do like some of them. I might want to... I want to do the ones that are fun and not like... I don't know if I want to do like the extra AI fights or anything. But I kind of like the more challenging ones, like the hold up enemies or defend something. I like those. You could probably give Ground Zeroes a run tonight if you're feeling spicy. I don't know if I am. I got to bed really late. And I had to wake up really early. So I was already like, I hope I make it through Peace Walker without like hearing colors and seeing sound. Some of the vehicles turn into clown cars made of diamonds. Yeah, we tranked Rex and the Monster Hunter collab stuff. Ground Zeroes is pretty short. Like how short though? "30 minutes to 2 hours." Hold on, Pop Moose is texting me about the weeds in front of my house. Asked him to take a look at them when he was driving Mama Moose home. Big one with the purplish stems. Bad news should be removed. Wear gloves, it can irritate your skin. It's poisonous. Oh. Oh. Okay. What if Metal Gear X, but without the metal? Not weed. It'll take at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Okay. No, I had some weird weeds. I have like a big, like saying it's like a flower bed sort of thing is really generous. It's like the wild version of that. But I'm kind of just letting it live its life. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna let these grow and do their thing. If wildflowers sprout, I'll water them if they need it, but I'm mostly just gonna let it be wild. But I saw some like weird looking weeds in there, and so I was like, if you guys can take a look at this on your way out, as you drive down my driveway, that would be cool, because they know weeds really well. They're like very landscaping educated, so I was like, yeah, just let me know if I should like do anything about those or leave them. And yeah, he says they're super poisonous and I should get them out. Oops. We're gonna get the...
We will forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists. And yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven, and our hell. This is utter heaven.
That was raw! Let's go! Yeah, he said, oh, wait, hold on, he sent me more. Smaller weed to the left is American burnweed. Took a picture of it. You can look it up. It's not terrible, but not great. Bees and butterflies do like it. It's very prolific. If you let it go to seed, it will spread all over the place. Okay. He says the really bad one that I really need to get out of there fast because it's poisonous is pokeweed. Don't dox the weeds! Interesting. Well, looks like I have some gardening to do tomorrow. Looks like I have some gardening to do tomorrow. Interesting. Let's take it easy. Stealth matte design. Put on them gloves and go weeding. Yeah, he was like, you need to wear long sleeves for one of these because it's that poisonous. He says it can like cause vomiting and stuff. Yeah, one of them was so big that I was like, I might need a shovel for this one. It was like, it looked almost like a bush. I think it's obviously been there since before me. If it's that big, I think the old lady who owned this house before me, I think she just like couldn't keep up with it and was just kind of letting stuff cook. But yeah, he's like, get that shit out of there. Do you have a burn barrel? No, but what I'll probably do is I'll probably put them kind of like a little bit in the woods until they dry out. And then I'll throw them away. Like bring them to the dump or something. Old lady was probably smoking it. Stealth gun design specs. Stealth gun. Yeah, well, the thing about my yard is it's other than I had to get a lot of trees removed. When like early on because it was so overgrown that there were trees where there like that my inspector who came out for like my insurance stuff was like, you need to get these out of here or we're gonna be pissed. The burnweed is edible if you want to try it. I think I'm good, Papa Moose. So I got a bunch of trees removed because like insurance basically made me because they were like, these are way too close to your house, and I was like, oh, okay. But other than that, I haven't had to do anything because it is pretty like wild land, so it kind of just takes care of itself. Like I have a some dude cut my lawn, but like that's it. and I clean up. I do like fall cleanup. I got rid of the leaves before the snow hit the ground to make sure that my everything would be clean and not gross after winter. But it's really like fairly minor. It's not like it's not. I know that there's some pretty mature yards that take a lot of care, but so far mine's been pretty straightforward. But yeah, I was like, I all of a sudden saw those in the plant bed, and I was like, I should probably ask about these. Papa Moose is also smoking it. Yeah, he's like, yeah, try eating the burnweed. No, I'm fine. I don't need it. I'll probably ask the yard dude to dig it up. Yeah, but then he'll charge me money. I'd rather just do it myself. It's not that hard. Lionfish. Stealth gun. Lionfish, you better be at least C rank in something. So help you God. Oh, well, he's D. Am I at the point where I'm accepting D ranks for med or intel? Med, I do have some Ds. Intel, I still have an E in here, so we can go to intel. And you go to the combat unit. Who's the other guy? Oh, he was the guy who I was like, I'm gonna leave him in the waiting room. Let's see. I have not listened. I don't think I've listened to the. Yeah, let's listen to some audio. First, let me see what these new things that popped are. Stealth gun. Oh, it's a sniper rifle. But what was the stealth mat? What was the stealth mat that I saw pop up though? I thought that was something I had to. Maybe not. Oh, it's an item?
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle.
I'm just doing this for
Believe
the
in
tapes.
yourself.
Just opening up the tapes. This should have. So who is like the NORAD stuff? I feel like I should listen to a lot of these. Huey.
Doc. I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes.
Oh no. Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'm cool with like listening to tapes for a little bit and maybe messing around with a few extra ops. I'm totally down to start ground zeros, but I also like don't have it installed. So maybe it might be better to like do ground zeros and then jump into 5 as one stream, cuz then I can actually like install ground zeros and everything, and then I won't have to dismantle my current setup either, because I currently have my PS3 running through my retro tank into my capture card. Oh, and that'll give me a chance to set my new capture card up.
August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima.
Is the volume okay, by the way?
August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life.
So is in Snake Eater, the photos that Mr. Cerveza Cristal has in his office, is that is that Huey in the photos?
It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh, I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
Hello, Quinn. Elf ghost.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent: missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye.
Oh. How do you feel about the recent DA trailer? Okay, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I haven't watched it, not because I'm not freaking out about it, but because it dropped while I was at work yesterday, and I was like, oh, I want to watch this in ideal conditions. And then I had a really long drive because I had to go do a meeting at a factory yesterday, and it was just like super out in the middle of nowhere, and I was like, oh my god. So I was super stressed out after that, and then I had to drive to go get my hair cut, and then that went really late because I got there pretty late, and then it just took a while, and I was chatting with my milady, so I didn't wind up getting home until like almost midnight. And then I had work to finish. I had work to finish because we had like found some stuff at the factory that I needed to like do some stuff about, and so I was working until like 1:30, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up really early because I had like an early morning meeting, and then as soon as I finished my work for the day, I had a bunch of meetings back to back, and then as soon as I finished with those, Mama Moose showed up for lunch. And then I was with Mama Moose until literally 10 minutes before the stream started. So, you are stronger than I once gave you credit for. Bro, do you need a nap very badly? That's why I was like, I don't know if I'm starting Ground Zeroes tonight, guys. Like, I want to, but I also want to remember Ground Zero. So, yeah, it's been a little crazy. A little bit crazy. So I was like, I want to watch this in optimal conditions, and so I was like, oh, maybe after my stream tonight I'll like wrap myself up in a blanket in bed and watch it. But yeah, I can watch it on stream too. I just I literally haven't had like one free second since like Monday. So I've been doing something like every second. So this has been a crazy week, but at least tomorrow I have like a whole pile of moose work I need to But thank you for gifting Lamp a sub. True boost of the people. Well, yeah, it's because Monday I had like a little bit of time to kind of prepare for the week, but then yeah, Tuesday I was pretty much working right up until the collab, and then the collab went like a lot late. It was really funny because like when we were planning the collab, I was like, oh yeah, I have like a hard stop at like 11 p.m. EST because I have to get up early every morning, and so it's kind of my bedtime, and I can't really function without 8 hours of sleep. And oh, I didn't even notice it was 3 months. Thank you so much. Sorry, my brain. But yeah, I was like, I can't function without 8 hours of sleep, so I need to really stop at 11. And we were like, yeah, that sounds good. We planned for that, and then I think we just got like so wrapped up in everything that we were talking about with like Comic-Con and everything. And all of a sudden, I was like, wait, it's really late. So I went and I immediately fell asleep. Then I woke up, went to work, I came home and immediately started streaming Sonic Heroes. And then because I thought it was going to be shorter, because I was like, oh, I didn't really know that there was like a true ending. So then I did that, and that made the stream longer than I thought it was going to be. So then as soon as I finished that, I passed out, woke up, went to work, and then had like a ton of driving to do for work and to get my haircut, and then I still had more work to do. So yeah, it's literally just been like work and streaming with a smidge of Mama Moose thrown in today. All back to back. So it's been a super busy week, but I luckily I have like a couple chores I need to do tomorrow, like getting the poisonous weeds out of my yard apparently. But I mostly just had a pile of moose work to do tomorrow, which I don't mind because moose work is like fun and easy, and I just get to lay in bed and tap away at my laptop making fun things that I like. So it'll be a good like recharge day, cause yeah, and it's been a little bit moose work, like eating grass and scaring small cars. It's that, and it's also like breathing into a paper bag while I send people messages asking if I can pay them money to draw something for me or whatever.
But you know, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Is the Cold War really a war, or is it really peace?
Doc, what do you...
People called it a Cold War, but I disagreed. Sure, nuclear stockpiles are increasing, threats are multiplying. The US and the Soviet Union have enough power to destroy the human race 100 times over. But nobody's actually being killed. Small-scale conflicts and proxy wars, maybe, but nuclear deterrence has averted another world war. The world's far more peaceful today than it was before, and the breakthroughs we've made in space exploration, thanks to Cold War competition? Fantastic, don't you think?
No. We didn't need to rush into space like that. Going into space may have been mankind's dream, but good people were sacrificed in the scramble.
Maybe so. NASA's definitely got some skeletons in its closet.
Same goes for the nuclear arms race. Atomic testing has killed civilians and exposed thousands to radiation.
Believe me, I know. And now, this. What peace was I trying to protect anyway? The more I think about it, the less I understand.
Huey, please. Jeez. I don't think it was really a Cold War. I think it was just like kind of cold and there was maybe a war going on.
Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing
Oh boy.
here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat. I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
Calm down.
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die.
Just Snake be like, I don't know.
Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries
It's
keep their nukes
hypothetical.
under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
Hold on, Pop Moose is texting me. If it were me, I'd rip that whole weed bank out unless there's something there that you like. I do like some of the wildflowers there. Replace it with a nice low-maintenance ground cover, maybe with some ferns mixed in. If you want something flowering, maybe Black-Eyed Susan. I love that he's just giving me landscaping advice in like the longest text messages ever. More weed advice. I'm not gonna eat the weed, Baba Moose. Those nuclear launch codes. He wants me to come over to their house, dig up some of their plants, and just like use it in my own. Recommended flowering plants and ground covers. He's like sending me sketchy websites. I love that we're just like, this is the real MGS lore is Papa Moose just being like, I took a look at the weeds. I have thoughts. Well, like, there's some plants I actually really like. in the bed, which is why I don't want to totally rip it out. Like, I want to start with ripping out the poisonous stuff. Maybe the poisonous weeds are a deterrence. It's like... Yeah, there's a few things in there. There's like some really nice wildflowers that I would like to keep. I don't want to just like rip everything out. Take a look at our flowers sometime. Okay. Can you replant the poison weeds or the kids drive their quads? I just like leave them all over the place there. Yeah, it's really, I just want to like get the poison weeds out and then the weeds that he said I should get to before they seed. Those are the ones I want to get out. And then I do want to leave the wildflowers. And there's already some ferns there that are kind of nice, so like I'd like to leave them alone too. Oh, Pamplemousse, I'm not. Leave it around your house like a weed moat. Be like a little prank. Is it really chemical warfare if it's natural? Yeah, I just like line my property with it.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays.
Whoa.
Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
What kind of weeds? He says it's something called... I'm just... Oh, apparently it's all over the place, so it's definitely not doxy at all. He says the biggest problem is something called pokeweed. He said there was a lot of pokeweed, and he says it's super poisonous. So if I ever have to like go in there for anything, or you know, other people come and brush against it, it's really poisonous. So he was like, get that shit out of there. Yeah, pokeweed. And I was like, oh, okay. The thing is that, so basically, I can recognize pokeweed in its more babyish form, but the pokeweed in my flower bed area is more, it's like super advanced, because I think the old milady who owned my house before me just like could not take care of her yard anymore, and it got out of control. So it literally does not look like pokeweed anymore. It looks like a bush. Like I couldn't tell it was a weed because it's so big, and it's not even green anymore. Like the stems aren't green, they're just red. And it's like full berries and everything at the top. Yeah, it evolved. So it's like, it's very advanced. So that's why all of a sudden Mama Moose noticed it when they were dropping me back off after our lunch, and she was like, is that pokeweed? She was like, it looks like crazy old pokeweed. And I was like, wait, what? Maybe that's why he suggested the nuke strat. Yeah, probably. If you got it bad, that's where the seeds are deep and just keep coming. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna make an attempt. I'm gonna make an attempt at getting it out of there and see what happens. I'll get a shovel and try to get everything out, and that is advanced pokeweed. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is I didn't, like, it's obviously been there since way before me, and then I didn't recognize it as pokeweed until just now. So now I'm like, oh, okay, this is something I have to address. So I'm gonna do my best to get it out of there and see if I can make that happen. Otherwise, I might have to go the nuke strat, but I'd like to keep the wildflowers that are in there right now. So be careful. I will. I was not gonna try and, they're big enough that I was going to get like some garden shears and like cut off bits of it at a time and get it out of there, so that I'm not trying to manhandle like a large plant, because I think that's where it would be dangerous and could, you know, maybe touch my face or something. But if I wear long sleeves and wear gloves and everything, and then I cut off parts and get it out a little bit at a time, then I think I can avoid it being too dangerous. So that is this is my own, I'm fighting my own war right now, or I will be tomorrow. Those flowers are also pokeweed disguised as something Maple likes for the sake of survival. Have you thought to try fire? No, I want to protect as much as I can. I inherited a house that needed a lot of care.
I'm surprised you helped us arm
a lot of rehab.
Nukes.
What of it?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all, but you sure about
this? Say inherited, like I didn't buy it.
They may be for MSF self-defense, but they're still nukes. It's essentially the same thing as Peace Walker, which you despised.
See, that's exactly it.
What is?
You don't hide your motives. You tell the truth. That's what makes you different from those CIA bastards. They lay on the charm, win you over. And then, when things get hairy, they turn their backs on you.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Which is why I get the feeling that you wouldn't be stupid enough to use them. Okay, I'll come out and say it. I trust you.
You give me too much credit.
You think so? Besides, there's more uses for bipedal locomotion technology than weapons. We make it small enough, and it could have applications in robotics and prosthetic limbs. Maybe one day I'll even be able to walk.
Nice thought.
I want to stand on my own feet, be master of my own fate, and I'll use your strength to help me do it. If you don't mind, of course.
Nah, it's a fair enough deal.
Thanks. People can change, I know. But I trust you, Snake. I trust you to be the guy I know now.
I trust Big Boss with the button, but Big Maple? You can eat it with the right preparation. Well, that was... Pop Moose was like, I also saw some burn weed in there. That's edible. You should try it. It's like, no, I'm not gonna eat the weeds.
The aim of the Peace Walker Project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker.
Are you sure that is just a legit boost you haven't noticed? Like with Octodad or something? Would you trust Big Ben with the big button? I would actually. Benjamin is a fair and equitable leader.
The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What?
I remember.
You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed
A great
tiger.
filter,
You can't
you could
load
say?
a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away, and some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal.
Yee!
What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a
Oz was
nuclear
fine.
missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason.
Just
Peace
moist
Walker
people
needs
things.
AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
Oh, it wasn't Peace
We
Walker.
never
She was
actually
piloting
launched
Zeke.
the
That's
first
right.
nuke,
Sorry.
Of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith, our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does.
Oh boy. You're what? Whoa. Whoa! Well, I just want to see how much is... Let's give the AI a nuke is some 2024 thinking.
Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear.
piss
Then there are
throwers.
the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground.
Ouch.
But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully, and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next. Snake, you have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. one to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I
How'd that
thought
work
anyway.
out?
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman gonna launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after.
Ah.
I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc.
Granin.
How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters. Except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books. And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it.
Origin.
Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
The origin. The Shagahad.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagahad in there?
Shagahad?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Gronin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Gronin added to the Shagahad papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Gronin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagahad when I developed the pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one, too.
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagahad was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow, you really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagahad.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world.
Oh boy. There we go. Huey
Chico
the
called Peace
plagiarism
Walker
king.
the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your
This is
hands
me
are
and the
bound.
pokeweed.
I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
I already listened to the pods ones. NORAD.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell you. He used to bring me presents and...
I'll die for Snake! He's real to me!
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission. The one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
The NORAD thing is real? Oh, I know. I'm a Christmas specialist.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed
He's
it myself.
vaping.
Pretty neat, huh?
Huey is Vape Nation.
Cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be
He
smoking
is
normal
vapor.
cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
Do not let Snake vape.
You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake.
Backwatch.
Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Done, Chief.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
Are you gonna play Merry Year Solid, the MGS Christmas theme fan game, knowing Big Boss Believes in Santa? What is it? I assume it's a PC title. Where does one obtain such a thing?
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah, well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
Sure. Oh my god.
Did you, give that letter to Dr. Strangelove?
No.
Why not? I gave it to you for a reason. It's highly important information.
Sorry. I didn't exactly have an opportunity to play postman.
Well, next time you see her, you make sure she gets it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Better for you if she doesn't.
Snake!
What?
Tell me you didn't read the letter.
No.
You did!
I mean, you never know what kind of information could affect the outcome of an operation, right?
So you read the letter, after I specifically told you not to.
What do you expect people to do when you tell them not to read something?
I thought I knew you, Snake. I thought I could trust you. But now I see I was wrong.
Look, I'm sorry, but I just don't get what you see in her.
Well, I wouldn't expect a barbarian who opens other people's private correspondence to understand.
Fine then. Deliver it yourself.
Huh? No way. I could never...
You've got a long way to go, Huey.
He's mumbling it, so it's better for you if she does it.
You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI?
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called HAL. It plays a major
that
role
why
in the
he
story.
named it
Dr.
Otacon HAL?
Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about HAL. And then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again. You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name.
Yay! Good boy mentioned. You know how she hates men, right?
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
What?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
The Chrysalis. Go, men!
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, Watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
There's something about us. I don't know, something I don't like about him. So pauses are important? There's a lot.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold. Hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Oh, not that one, the ones in the data files? Okie dokie. Oh.
Number of warheads detected by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included.
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack option.
Unknown.
The president is dead.
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States' nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished?
I jump down.
You'll break more than bones at this height.
I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
Boss.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top-secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed out by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had a chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is,
she hates
adults
men.
really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, We had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option. Especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said. And when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress. Not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding, of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times. But I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational. And yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie.
I'm just still not over. I'm still processing her being like, Alan Turing wasn't as foolish as other men. And I didn't realize why until after he died.
Enter simulation date.
August 24th.
Location.
Selinoyarsk, USSR.
Mission.
Support a covert agent whose objective is the rescue of a nuclear weapons scientist.
Who is the agent?
Your student. Your most beloved.
Acknowledged. Define current mission progress.
With your help, the agent has successfully made contact with the target. All that's left is to wait for recovery. Now, deduce the best course of action.
I take the scientist away from the agent.
What for?
As a gift when I defect.
Why are you defecting?
To reform my special forces unit with my former comrades in arms.
No, I don't want to know your objective. I'm asking for the reason. Why are you betraying your country?
I do not defect in order to betray America. Betrayal is merely the outcome of that defection.
Response time is always slower here. Perhaps she lacks confidence in her judgment. You're a hero in the West. Why should the Soviets trust you?
In addition to the scientist, I provide them with a portable nuclear warhead in order to win the favor of a Russian GRU officer.
And then you launched it.
Launched? The nuke? Me?
That's right. At a target inside Soviet territory.
Nuclear weapons make my blood run cold. They blot out the future. How could I? Karma. Is it my karma? The karma my mistake has brought upon us? My
Attention. Discontinue forward reasoning. Cross-check with knowledge base.
Affirmative. Cross-check complete. Revising conclusion as follows. I steal the new weapons developed by the scientist, and then launch the nuke at the Weapons Design Bureau.
Forward and backward reasoning are in conflict. Attention. Return to forward reasoning.
Affirmative.
Your apprentice returns for the scientist.
I send him away.
He doesn't give up.
I send my comrades to defeat him.
All of them fail. Even the GRU officer who oversaw your defection is defeated by your apprentice, along with a new weapon. Now, what is your course of action?
I fight him.
Why? With your GRU patron dead, there's no reason for you to fight. Why not just run away?
I must fight him.
I do not see the reason. With a soldier of your caliber on his side, how could the GRU officer be defeated to begin with? Did you betray him too?
I've been waiting for a long time.
You could switch allegiance from GRU to KGB and take the remaining nuke as a gift. There's no chance they wouldn't welcome a hero of your stature.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
I didn't ask you that. Give me the basis for your reasoning. Tell me the truth.
Politics determine who you face on the battlefield.
Why won't you answer me? It's like you were just waiting for him to kill you.
I was disloyal. Betrayed my country. I deserve to die.
How can you say that? You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person.
Kill me. Kill me now.
Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning.
One must die, and one must live.
Stop it, damn you! Discontinue!
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful?
Shut down! Always in the same place. Her reasoning goes haywire. Someone holds the key. Perhaps it's him. I'll get it out of him. One way or another.
Oh.
She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake, she wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other, and not because you saved my life, but because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to live. Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No, far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice, because that was her duty. The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgan inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgan's trust. Finding out where the philosopher's legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgan fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the US government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever. This, they concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. And she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death, at your hands, was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America, as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia, as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end. But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on in your memory, not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself. And that's why she told me. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Oh. Oh. 7 sessions.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959, so you see, Snake. That's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn.
What?
The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth, for the first time.
What was it?
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief. The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High-G tests, zero-G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the US received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight, Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent.
How much can one woman go through?
And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her. Who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms. The father of her child. The man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers. forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her. Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon. But the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. A little bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
Boss. Boss. Why are you so cool, boss. Oh, I unlocked a new marksmanship challenge. A new marksmanship challenge. Bang this out real quick.
Commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
Yeah, sneak peek into how the Dragon Age streams will go down.
Stop.
Just stop.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Honey! Honey, I'm right here! Oh, it's right up there. Oh, he's schmoving. Uh-oh. I'm back.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Gold Doko. Aha!
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
I've never played a Dragon Age game, should I? Yes! It's, Dragon Age is really good if you like fantasy, and if you really like just like digging in to a world, and you're like, I just really want to know how like all these territories work and how these organizations work and stuff. Like, I was like a big Mass Effect boy when it was coming out, and so I like played the crap out of the first Mass Effect, and then when 2 came out, I was like, hell yeah, let's go, bitch, and I like devoted my life and many sleepless nights to Mass Effect 2. And I think Dragon Age, the first Dragon Age, came out shortly after that, and I was like, well, it's BioWare, and I was like, I loved both Mass Effects, and so I'm gonna pre-order Dragon Age, and maybe I'll love it too because it's another BioWare game. And I started it, and I was like, it doesn't have the same vibe, because in Origins, like, you create your character, but your character doesn't talk. Like, they do talk. Like, you make decisions in conversation, but you don't have a voice actor like Commander Shepard does. It's more like you say things, and then you click your response in a list, and then the other character responds to you, but your character never talks. And that was sort of like, I loved Shepard's personality, and I was like, oh, it's not the same vibe. Wah. And so I put off playing it forever, because I was just like, oh, it's not, you know, it's like, it's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted out of my BioWare game. It's not what I wanted. But then when COVID hit, I was like, I think it's time. I got into like a really big high fantasy kick, because whenever I'm stressed out, I'm just like, I want to play high fantasy things. I want to read high fantasy things. I want to watch high fantasy things. And so I was like, okay, I think it's time to commit to Dragon Age. And so I sat down and I started playing Origins, and I was like, oh, like, some of these characters are pretty cool, and like the writing for some of the side characters is really interesting, and I was like, oh, the plot is pretty interesting. I'm really curious to know what's going on here, and the world is kind of cool, and I got really into it, and then I beat it, and I was like, yeah, that was kind of banging. I think I'm gonna start Dragon Age 2. Just dive right in. So I started playing Dragon Age 2, and I was like, oh yes, like I was like, the story is really good. I'm really interested in this world. I'm really curious about where we're going here. And it kind of kept escalating, and more mysteries kept popping up that I had questions about lore-wise, and like how the world is made up. I had a lot of theories. And I beat Dragon Age 2 pretty fast. I beat it, and I immediately started playing Inquisition the same night. Because I was like, I need more. I need more information. And so now I've played Inquisition, like, I've played all of the games multiple times now. So I beat I like played the hell out of Inquisition. And then I think I replayed Inquisition, and then I went back to Origins, and I played through the whole series again. And then I started reading the novels. So I figured out... like, the 100% canon order of all Dragon Age media. I, like, sat down... and I wrote it. It's actually part of my, it's part of my lore presentation, which I'll just pull up. I, like, figured out the 100% accurate... Oh, this is my old one. I have a new one. A new Dragon Age. There it is. It's part of my lore stream now, is the full timeline of the different media. And this is like the media that still exists, and it's missing certain things that aren't like, that I don't think are really key. But because there's certain things that you can't access anymore. So there's like a Flash game that you can't access anymore, but people have basically exported all of the files and texts into some folders on Google Drive. So I have those. But I didn't include it in the timeline because it's just like not accessible anymore. There's the Flash game. There are a few other things that aren't easily accessible. There is lore in like some of the tabletop games, but I don't think it's specified like when the tabletop like ready-made campaigns take place. So it's a little bit more like just world lore. So after I went through the series again, then I went back and I said, okay, I'm going to basically read and play all of the Dragon Age, all of the currently existing Dragon Age media in order. And so I read the first two novels, and then I replayed Origins, and then I started replaying 2 until I got to the point in the game where the Origins DLC kind of like pops up in the timeline. Then I swapped back to Origins, played the DLC, then I swapped back to 2, played that DLC. And then I read the 3 Alistair comics, the 2 more of the novels, and then that's when you get to Inquisition. So then I replayed Inquisition, and then I read like the comics and novels, and then I played the DLC because Trespasser comes after some of the comics and novels, and then just continued reading the comics and novels up until they released the Netflix show, and which I watched that, and then I read the new comic, The Missing. And so now, like, I'm all strapped and ready. So what I've been doing now is, so I completed my, like, timeline run, basically, where I read everything in canon order, which was really interesting because, I don't know, I feel like you get a lot out of it if, like, you reading the two novels before replaying Origins, I had such a different perspective on a lot of characters in the game. Like, it's one of those series where if you engage with all of the supplementary materials, it doesn't take anything away from the game if you don't engage with the supplementary materials, but you definitely view a lot of things differently, and it's really interesting. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm right at the end too. I'm so frustrated. I'm trying to complete my final super canon Inquisition run, like, because I've played Inquisition so many times now, I know exactly which choices I want to make for each thing and which things I think are going to be the most interesting. Like, the most interesting plot-wise plot setups for Veilguard. And so I am trying to get, like, my most perfect canon run in Inquisition finished up before Veilguard. The only thing that's stopping me is 2 of your party members can get into a romance with each other. If you get, like, the right dialogue to proc when you guys are just out in the field. And I am 1 dialogue popping away from having them be in a romance, and I want them to be in a romance. But you hit a certain point of the game where it, like, you're basically locked out of their romance if you didn't get it before there. And I'm at that point, and I cannot progress until these motherfuckers say one more sentence to each other, and it comes up randomly, and it keeps not coming up. So I'm like, I've literally just been, like, bringing them out in the field, and I'm like, all right, fellas, want to talk now? And then, like, we stand in silence for 15 minutes, and then one of them's like, oh, I had a wonderful tea the other day, and I'm just like, ugh. So as soon as I get one more sentence of dialogue between these 2 characters, I can finally progress and finish the rest of the story, because I'm basically locked in for all the stuff that I want at this point. I just have to do it, but I cannot progress to the next story mission without locking them out of the romance. So they are the ones who are holding me up. They're making me crazy. But if they don't romance, it's gonna make me crazier because I want their romance locked in for my canon run. So I just have to deal with it. Needs matchmaker mode, I know. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, is I'm basically getting my file ready for Veilguard. As far as are the supplementary materials actually referenced in the games, yes, like a ton, and it's super interesting. Again, it doesn't really take away from it. You just have a lot more context if you have read the supplementary materials. So, like, I'm trying not to be, like, too spoilery, but like, so the Stolen Throne actually, like, one of the main characters of the Stolen Throne is the character who then kind of becomes one of the main antagonists of Origins. But in Origins, you're just kind of like, this guy sucks, and you kind of start getting a sense of why he is the way he is just by talking to people in the game and paying attention to the story. But if you have the context from the novel, you just view a lot of what he does super differently, because you're like, oh yeah, like, he is this way because of, like, his past experiences. There's a lot of setup for some of the DLC in the second novel. they start referencing a character who's introduced in Awakening. And again, you're not like confused if you don't read it, but a lot of what he says is more interesting and has more meaning to it if you read The Calling. Then again, like, so Asunder really sets up kind of how a lot of the hostilities kick off in Inquisition. And they explain to you what happens in Inquisition. They're not like, oh, like, we're not going to tell you, like, why mages and Templars are fighting now or whatever, but they kind of, they get a lot more into it in Asunder, and, like, exactly when, like, some of the rebellions started, and like, you see it in real time instead of hearing about it after the fact. And then the Masked Empire is, like, in my opinion, one of the most important to get the most out of Inquisition, because in Inquisition, there's one of, like, the big missions, the big plot points is you have to go to the nation of Orlais. You have to go to Val Royeaux, their capital, and basically, or it's not Val Royeaux, it's, you go to the Winter Palace, and you negotiate. Basically, there's a empress, the Empress of Orlais. She has kind of advisor, I guess. She has an advisor who's an elf, and there is her cousin. I want to say it's her cousin, but I need to, like, refresh my lore on that one. Her cousin is trying to stage a coup, basically, and overthrow her and take the throne. And so you come in and you have to kind of, like, politically deal with them and figure out, like, oh, who would be the best leader of Orlais, and what's the deal with the elven advisor, and why does she have an agenda? What is her agenda? And should we have her, like, militaristic cousin ruling the country? Should we keep her in power? Should we try and mend this kind of weird relationship between her and her elven advisor? What's the play here? But, like, and that's something, like, your choices decide who runs the country and who hates who and who lives and who dies and whatever. But as is a BioWare game, but you kind of come into it and you mostly get your opinions of the characters from other characters if you don't read the novel. Like, you talk to your advisors and they're like, oh yeah, Gaspard seems kind of like an asshole, but he probably would be really good at military strategy. And oh, Briala's kind of suspicious, but her heart's probably in the right place, but maybe. And so, like, you kind of get, like, their thoughts on it. Whereas if you read the novel, that's basically entirely what it's about. It's about, like, the Empress and Briala's falling out and what Briala's deal is, and kind of you get more insight into, like, who they are as characters and their psychology and everything, and why they do the things that they do. And I basically, like, my first time through, I hadn't read the novel, and I was like, oh, obviously I'm gonna, you know, just support the Empress. I don't really care about these other two randos, whatever, nothing, doesn't matter to me. And then after I read the novel, I came back and I was like, this is such a hard decision. I was like, Gaspard's, like, actually pretty cool in the novel. Yeah, he seems like an asshole, but he does some really cool things in the novel that make it clear that he's a more complicated guy. And I know that Briala has a bunch of, you know, ulterior motives that she hints at in the game, but you really get more of the background behind it in the novel. And so it, like I said, it doesn't, like, take away from it. You're not confused if you don't read the novel, but you just, it's a much richer world, and everyone is a lot more complicated if you do read the supplementary materials. And there's, like, certain things too, they throw in a lot of Easter eggs that are cool on their own, but when you know, like, the background behind them, it's even cooler. So there's a guy who gives you a quest in Inquisition who's basically like, hey, I'm a knight, I'm guarding this town, there's a demon I'm trying to deal with who's up in this place, and I would, you know, if you can help me get rid of him, I'll join the Inquisition and all this stuff. And you, and it's like, it's a quest, and people give you quests, and so it doesn't stick out. You're just like, oh, like that, yeah, that's a cool dude, he's a knight, and I'm gonna help him get rid of this demon, and everything will be great, and he'll join the Inquisition. And then, so the first time through, I was like, oh, that's nice. And then the second time through, I was like, oh my god, he's the knight from the Masked Empire, and he's still here after he had a failed encounter with the demon in the Masked Empire, and he's still trying to figure it out, and I'm the one who's gonna help him figure it out. Like, that was a plot line that was left hanging in the Masked Empire, and it's just a cool quest if you haven't read the Masked Empire, but if you have read it, you're like, oh, I get to solve it. Like, you know? So it's, I feel like they actually do it pretty well, where, like, I obviously played through all 3 Dragon Age games and all their DLC and everything without ever touching any of the supplementary materials originally, and I got really obsessed with it. So obviously I loved it, and I got really obsessed with it, and it was a really good experience and super fun, and I didn't touch any of it. But then, like, going back through and having all of the supplementary stuff, like, after I was obsessed with it, it feels more like if you engage with, like, the books and the comics, it enriches your experience, and it gives you fun Easter eggs and, like, more complex characters and stuff. It rewards you, I guess, for getting really into the extra stuff, but it doesn't punish you for not engaging with the extra stuff, I guess, is, like, the best way to put it. Yeah, as far as, like, being able to allocate time, I just committed really hard. It was just like, I was just like, all right, I gotta set aside, like, an hour a day to get through these books. And like I said, I think it's hard to recommend this full this full menu. It's hard to recommend this full menu to people who have not already played the Dragon Age games. Like, I think if I was faced with this going into it, I would have been like, this is too much of a commitment for me. But it was kind of like I had already played all 3 games. I was thirsty for more Dragon Age stuff, and I was like, oh, there's novels, there's comics, like, there's still a lot of Dragon Age stuff that I can enjoy and revel in until I get a new game, which at the time I was like, is never. And so I just got really into it and was like, oh, I'm gonna experience the story and the world in this way. But now, of course, now that Veilguard is real and has a release date, I'm like, I was prepared in an underground lab for this moment. And I do like, I feel like that is kind of like how I approach games that have a super expanded universe like this and that have a lot of supplementary materials, is I usually don't try to engage with all of them on my first time through. And I think that doesn't make sense, because I wouldn't have... If I had read The Stolen Throne before I played Dragon Age Origins, I would be like, who are any of these fuckers and why do I care, you know? But, like, because I knew that one of them was going to become the antagonist of Origins, I was like, oh, he's here, but he's actually cool and seems to be kind of a good guy. What the hell happens? So it, like, that kind of makes it compelling. And then once, you know, you're compelled by that, and then you get your answer, and then you're like, oh, that makes Origins more interesting. So they kind of, like I said, they kind of enhance each other, but they're not, the novels aren't required. But I do think you get more out of them if you already know the world. But I was the same way with Mass Effect. Like, Mass Effect I played played 1, 2, 3, and then I played Andromeda, and I had never engaged with any of the Mass Effect novels. I played Andromeda, and then I wanted more Mass Effect, and so I read the first 3 Mass Effect novels from the original trilogy, because the 4th one has been decanonized because it's really bad. And they were fine, but they actually gave me some interesting lore. But then the whole reason I did that was because the Andromeda DLC got canceled, and I was like, well, I want to know. I have so many questions about what's going on in Andromeda. I want more lore. And so then I read all the Andromeda novels, and they were actually really good. The Andromeda novels are amazing. Just so unfortunate, because no one is ever going to read them but me. But, yeah, I don't know. It's like, I think if there's a series that I get really into and I really fall in love with, and then I am like, I want more of this world. I'm not ready for this world to be over because I've finished all of the games that I have access to. Then I tend to like go back and jump into the novels and stuff, but then that winds up making me want to replay the games. And so, and I mean, that's what I'm doing with Gears right now, is I played through Gears 1 on stream, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna play Gears 2 now. And then I was like, no, I have to keep everybody abreast of all the freshest Gears lore that I get. And so I'm going to reread the first Gears novel, because I'm trying to remember exactly what the spread is. I think it's like the first game, and then there's one novel, Aspho Fields, between 1 and 2. And then you get right into 2, but then between 2 and 3, there's like 3 novels, I want to say. It might even be 4. Like, there's a lot of novels between 2 and 3. Because I know, like, Jacinto, Remnant, Anvil Gate. I want to say, I don't know if the Slab is between. There's, like, at least 2 novels between 2 and 3. I'd need to look it up. I need to look the whole timeline up. But basically, so I'm right at the end of Aspho Fields right now, which is the first novel that happens between 1 and 2. Once I finish that, I'm basically going to come into starting my Gears 2 stream with like, what's up everybody? Here's a recap of the first novel that you guys don't have to read because I read it for you, and I'm going to give you the whole breakdown of everything that happened between the first and second game. And then I'll play the second game, and then I'll go read all the other novels, and then I'll give you that breakdown before the third game. It's just like, but at the same, like I said, it's, I don't know, I feel like it has a symbiotic relationship, because if I didn't already love Gears like a crazy amount, I probably wouldn't be loving the novel, but because I am obsessed with Gears and have played all the games already, I'm like, oh yeah, it's like, I want more. I want more of my boys. I gotta read the novels. It's like a book club speedrun, yeah, except I'm the only one reading the book, and then I show up and I'm like, alright everybody, listen to this. Thank goodness Professor Maple is here to teach us, yeah. I am the person that all video game novels are written for, and it's my life's mission to like disseminate all of their information to all the people who don't have time to read them like I do. That is one nice thing though, is I mean, I have a whole like reading corner set up for myself, where I'm currently reading the novel that Kuruko recommended to me on my Horizon stream, and it's really good. And I keep messaging her. I'm like, I just hit this thing and it's so cool. But that is one nice thing, is I don't always like love the fact that I have a super long commute, because I'm a crazy person who decided to live in literally the middle of nowhere. As far away from society as I could. But having a long commute means that I can crank through my audiobooks pretty fast. So I've just been mainlining my Gears audiobooks while I'm driving, and I'm just like, there'll be an action scene and I'm like, calm down, Maple. Don't speed. Don't try and like hit the curb really fast or anything. You mean Syrup's vacation bed? Yes. Remembers the Final Fantasy 11 novels, which apparently were only ever published in Japanese and French? I wonder if anyone's ever... Some were translated into French and German, apparently. Yeah. Everyone's saying there's no English translation. Even a fan translation, which I get. Translating books is hard. Glad your car is coming in clutch for comfortable travel. Me too. That is one thing, is like my old car that got the business given to it. It was very, very, very good. It was very, like, it was all reliable, but it's nice to be able to, if I like zone out for a second, or if some jackass cuts me off or something, and my brain like focuses on that, and then I'll be like, oh, I missed something. I think I missed like something that they just said in the book. All I have to do now is tap a button on my steering wheel and it goes back like 30 seconds. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, that's what I missed. Whereas my old car, it was literally my phone hooked up to a cable that went into a cassette tape in my tape slot. So like if I miss something, that thing is gone until I can park somewhere. So it has kind of like, it's a big audiobook advantage for me. Only cover a party of original characters. That's still cool. I'd still like to read. Even if it's like somebody's like fan fiction of their own party, I still want to read that. 55. Oh, I can do the M19. And that's it. I just want the 5-star Fulton system. Give it to me. Oh, I could probably send people on outer ops. I did the marksmanship challenge. Got Fulton recovery. Got eliminate enemy soldiers. More, oh, perfect. Defend key supplies, perfect stealth. Sneak through the supply facility, reach the goal without being seen or killing anyone. Being spotted or killing even a single enemy will result in instant mission failure. Can I put them to sleep, though? I assume I can put them to sleep. I assume sleepy times is okay. I assume snoozing Susan is okay. B plus, B. Do I have any like C pluses left? Did I clear all the C pluses? It's like I cooked them already. Alright, we're doing B's, boys. B's get degrees. Is there any more B's down here? No, just B pluses. I like to... Oh! Is Zeke at half because I blasted it? Oh no! I like to really load up my team with mechs. So I don't have to worry about losing any boys. Though maybe I shouldn't be so worried about losing boys now. Now that I have way too many of them. Alright. Wait, I want to do perfect stealth. I want to see what happens.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well.
Okay.
Good luck out there.
Okay. I gotta be stealthy. So I'm gonna use the sneaking. And I don't know if there's anything that would like really aid with this. C4. Just a little C4 is a treat. Oh, I'll bring a cookbook in case anybody wants to read. You want to know another silly extra ops you can unlock for your own amusement? Sure. Some spicy bricks.
Your brain is the only weapon you have left. Do whatever it takes to keep going.
Ooh, baby. Baby, 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 baby. Oh, using night vision. Oh, good thing I did, because I did not see that guy over there.
Mother base is already jam-packed.
Cause
lay off the
suck
Fulton
my
recoveries
nuts.
until there's more room.
I'll fire people when I get back. Just want dudes. I have stuff to develop. Okay, C's are no longer of any use to me. We're beesing up now. Brothers end up. Funny you say that. Wait, why? If you can beat all the custom AI missions, you can go on a date with Kaz. Oh. Nope. No more C's, baby. Oh, shit. Better not be a dude over here. Cooked.
Mission complete. Great job.
I don't know if I have time because I'm gonna be real, I've been like falling asleep sitting up for like 45 minutes now and I've been powering through on my like insane feelings about video game books. But I want to see if I can, I want to do that faster. I want to be stronger. I gotta stack more. Talk less. Hold on, I'm going back. I'm going back. You probably won't last through those boss fights. I want to do it again.
Let's get this mission started.
I can be faster.
Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well.
Okay,
good luck out there.
Baby boy. She grinded off stream just to show us her date, but we may have watched it on YouTube.
Your brain is the only weapon you have left. Do whatever it takes to keep going.
I got it. I got it, this yo. Oops, I don't even need to cook him. Puerto de Alba. Needlessly cooked.
Mission complete. Folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Please clap. Please be an S rank. Yes! S, baby! I got chocolate chip fatigues. I got the choco chip. Chocolate chip fatigue. Frail shark. Alright, boys, get me those good maple points. Mommy needs new shoes. What was that? Oh, brig guy. Team Alpha has returned. If any of you fuckers died, I swear to God. Okay, we're good. How damaged did you get, though? Oh, God, like nothing. Ugh, my boys are so strong. You're such strong boys. I got... Okay, so B medicine. You love to see it. And... C... But we're already all C R&D, I think. Maybe it's just a matter of... Oh, shit. This guy's way more GMP. Hold on, where'd that C go? You're going there. And you, my friend, are going into the combat team. I need more good maple points. Maybe I just need to, like, rework things a little bit. I probably need to do, like, a mass firing and... Wait, wasn't Kaz pissed because I was over the limit? Why isn't he mad anymore? Where'd the guys go? Oh wait, did they get, like, murked because I didn't come back and... No, because the bee guy was there, the bee pill guy. So why was he throwing a fit? Go to hell, Kaz. R&D. Now you have something to grind for off stream still. Yes. Yes. I still want to know what this is. Stealth gun. Need her Prada tanks. Oh, more perfect stealth.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well.
Okay.
Good luck out there.
Okay. Yes, sir. It's a co-op weapon you shoot at your friends to make them invisible. Oh! Wait, that's kind of funny. Alright, where am I going? Straight up. Herd, chief. Throw on these night vision goggles so I don't get got. Like by this MF. I'll worry about you later. Gotta be swift. I want these S ranks. I need them to know I am God's strongest soldier. What is the fastest? Oh, looks like I need to go to the lefter one. It's fucking sniper. Nyop. Nyop. And this one, I gotta go back behind where I blew up the thingy the first time. Oh, this is Chicoville. This is... Ooh, fuck. Nobody knows. Oh, wait, this is the section with the forts and the walls, right? I always suck at stealth here. Fine. I'm fine. Not gonna beef it instantly. Unless... Thank you.
What was that?
Don't know.
I think I see someone.
No, you don't. You didn't see shit? You're not paid to see shit? Yes, yes. Beep all you want. I feel like I'm probably missing like documents or something, but I guess I can get them on a future run. 'Cause I'm sure that I will be doing grinding. I'm unwell. Or am I so well? God's wellest soldier. All right. Getting close. I remember if I can climb through the windows on the fort here. Signs are... Oh, maybe. Papa Moose, I swear to God if that's you. Not what I intended. most dangerous soldier. Damn it! I only got an A. How does one S rank that? I felt like I was flying. Daijobu. Daijobu. I can come back from this. Sleep bed man. State mandated nap time. Oh. New weapons. How are the boys doing? Okay, so they got all the B's. I think I'm just up to B pluses now. Attack Choppa. Oh, I'm gonna wait actually and make sure this guy's okay. I'm not losing any mechs today. 230,000. Oh. Maybe I want... No. I'll start with the 3 stars so they'll at least go faster. There. Oh yeah, they'll at least cook up faster. I got new paparazzi. Take a photo of the commander. Another Puyan mission. Missile intercept mission. A lot of armored vehicles. Maybe I will do the responsible thing and go lay down. Yeah, otherwise I'm gonna play this all night. And I'll just be like, I'll just be talking. I'll be like, Snake, what time is it? I'm not addicted yet. It is tough to break. I can always transfer. That's true. All right. I don't have any more streams this weekend because tomorrow I have a lot of moose work to get done, and now weed attack apparently. On Sunday I'm hanging out with my beloved bridesmith milady. But next week I'm gonna be doing lore stream. I'm gonna be doing a Dragon Age lore stream probably, and starting Gears 2 with some lore before playing the game. And depending on what winds up winning, my YouTube members poll, which has been like like neck and neck and going back and forth. So we'll see where that winds up. Congrats on beating Peace Walker. Thank you. It's too bad we couldn't see the last of the other tapes. Yeah, maybe like another time. There's just a lot and I'm definitely like sleepy, and I was like, if I like, these are really interesting, but if I keep listening to people talking in a soothing way, I'm going to pass out on stream. So yeah, I'll probably do that. I mean, I can see myself doing another Peace Walker stream, honestly, just for like tapes and extra ops, so we'll see what happens. See what happens. Yeah, global political intrigue ASMR is exactly where I'm living right now. But we could get one more for MGS5. Yeah, yeah. Because I do wanna start that. Sounds like a great way to get into conspiracies. Yeah, I wake up and I'm like, you guys don't know the real history of the first woman in space. But yeah, I'm gonna go get sleepy. But thank you guys for coming to the rest of Peace Walker, and I'll let you guys know as soon as I know what my schedule is next week. But yeah, thank you so much. Go to bed early. Don't be me. Have a good rest of your night, or your morning, or your afternoon, or whatever it is, wherever you are. And O2, go the fuck to sleep. You like my sunglasses, Snake?